Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the twilight realm of Norgaard, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind and mountains pierced the sky like jagged teeth, a young elf named Elender stood at the edge of his world. The Shadowlands stretched before him, a vast expanse of twisted forests and mist-shrouded valleys that had long been the source of nightmares for his people. Yet it was here, in this forsaken place, that Elender's destiny awaited. The last rays of the setting sun glinted off the silver amulet that hung around his neck, a relic passed down through generations of his family. Its intricate designs seemed to shimmer with an inner light, a beacon of hope in the gathering darkness. Elender clutched it tightly, feeling the weight of his lineage and the burden of his newfound knowledge. For he was the last of the Guardians, a bloodline sworn to prevent the return of the Shadow King, a malevolent force that had nearly destroyed the world ages ago. The secret had been revealed to him on his coming of age, when the amulet had awakened, flooding his mind with visions of a past he had never known and a future he could scarcely comprehend. Now, with the amulet as his guide, Elender had to journey across the treacherous Frostpeak Mountains to awaken the Crystal Dragon, a legendary creature of immense power that could turn the tide against the encroaching darkness. The task seemed impossible, a fool's errand that would likely end in his death. But the alternative, the Shadow King's return, was unthinkable. With a deep breath, Elender stepped into the Shadowlands. The air grew colder, and an oppressive silence fell around him. The young elf moved with the grace of his kind, his footsteps barely disturbing the decaying leaves that carpeted the forest floor. Yet even his elven senses felt dulled in this place, as if the very land was draining his strength. For days, Elender traveled through the blighted landscape, each step bringing him closer to the looming peaks of the Frostpeak Mountains. The amulet pulsed with increasing urgency, its magic a constant reminder of the dire stakes of his quest. On the seventh day, as Elender made camp in the hollowed-out trunk of a massive dead tree, he heard the unmistakable sound of approaching footsteps. His hand flew to the ornate dagger at his belt, a gift from his father that now seemed woefully inadequate against the terrors of the Shadowlands. Well, a gruff voice called out, "What do we have here?" An elf far from the shining forests of his kind. From the shadows emerged a stocky figure, his beard braided and adorned with gleaming beads that clinked softly as he moved. Despite his small stature, the dwarf radiated an aura of danger and barely contained violence. "I am Thrain," the dwarf announced, his eyes glinting in the dim light, "exile of the Iron Halls and seeker of forgotten treasures. And you, young elf, have wandered into my territory." Elender's mind raced. He had heard tales of Thrain, a once noble dwarf lord who had been cast out of his people for delving too deeply into forbidden magics. Now it seemed the infamous renegade stood before him. "I mean you no harm," Elender said carefully, his hand still on his dagger. "I am on a quest of great importance, one that concerns the fate of all the free peoples of this world." Thrain's laugh was harsh and bitter. "Aren't we all, lad? Every fool with a shiny trinket thinks he's destined to save the world." But as the dwarf's eyes fell upon the amulet around Elender's neck, his expression changed. Recognition, and then something akin to fear, flashed across his weathered features. "By the forge," Thrain whispered. "It can't be. The amulet of the Guardians? I thought it lost to the ages." In that moment, an uneasy alliance was formed. Thrain, driven by a mixture of curiosity and a long-buried sense of duty, agreed to guide Elender through the treacherous paths of the Frostpeak Mountain. The unlikely pair set out the next morning, their breath forming clouds in the frigid air as they began their ascent. The journey was perilous, with narrow ledges that crumbled beneath their feet and icy winds that threatened to pluck them from the mountainside. But it was the creatures that lurked in the shadows that posed the greatest danger. Twisted beings of darkness, remnants of the Shadow King's once vast army, seemed to materialize from the very rock itself. Elinder and Thrain fought back to back, the elf's graceful swordplay complementing the dwarf's brutal efficiency with his war hammer. With each battle, their bond grew stronger, forged in the crucible of shared danger and mutual respect. As they neared the summit, where the crystal dragon was said to slumber, the attacks grew more frequent and more desperate. It was as if the very mountain was trying to prevent them from reaching their goal. Something's not right, Thrain growled as they paused to catch their breath after repelling yet another assault. These creatures, they're not just mindless beasts. They're organized, purposeful. Elinder nodded grimly. The Shadow King's influence grows stronger. We must hurry. At last, battered and exhausted, they reached the peak. Before them loomed a vast cavern, its mouth ringed with crystals that glowed with an otherworldly light. The amulet around Elinder's neck pulsed with blinding intensity, urging him forward. As they entered the cavern, a sight of breathtaking beauty and terrible power greeted them. The crystal dragon lay curled in the center of the chamber, its scales shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. But something was wrong. The great beast's eyes were open, filled not with the wisdom of ages, but with a malevolent red glow. "You are too late, little guardian," a voice boomed, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The dragon's mouth did not move, but its eyes fixed upon Elinder with cruel amusement. "No," Elinder whispered, his heart sinking. "It can't be. Oh, but it is." The voice continued, dripping with malice. "The crystal dragon has long been more than a simple beast. It is I, the Shadow King, who have dwelt within its form these long centuries, biding my time, gathering my strength." The revelation hit Elinder like a physical blow. The very creature he had come to awaken as an ally against the darkness was, in fact, the source of that darkness. All his hopes, all his plans, crumbled to dust in an instant. But Thrain stepped forward, his face set in grim determination. "Lad," he said, not taking his eyes off the dragon, "remember why we came. The amulet chose you for a reason. You are the guardian, and guardians do not falter in the face of evil, no matter how great." Elinder felt a surge of gratitude for his unlikely friend, drawing upon reserves of courage he didn't know he possessed. He raised the amulet high. Its light blazed forth, filling the cavern with a radiance that pushed back the shadows. The dragon, the Shadow King, roared in pain and fury. It lunged forward, jaws snapping, but Elinder stood his ground. The amulet's power flowed through him, a torrent of pure light that met the darkness head-on. Thrain was there beside him, his war hammer glowing with runes of power long forgotten. Together, elf and dwarf faced the embodiment of ancient evil, their united stand a defiance of the Shadow King's corrupting influence. The battle that followed was epic in scale and terrible in its intensity. The cavern shook with the clash of light and shadow, of hope against despair. Elinder felt his strength ebbing, the Shadow King's power overwhelming. But in that moment of near defeat, he understood the true nature of his role as guardian. It was not about defeating the darkness alone, but about inspiring others to stand against it. He saw it in Thrain's unwavering support, in the dwarf's willingness to face certain death for a cause greater than himself. With a final, desperate effort, Elinder channeled all of his remaining strength into the amulet. The resulting explosion of light was blinding, scouring the cavern clean of shadows. When it faded, the crystal dragon lay motionless, its scales dull and lifeless. But from its shattered form rose a mist of pure darkness, coalescing into a shadowy figure of terrifying majesty. The Shadow King, stripped of his draconic vessel, but far from defeated, regarded Elinder with a mixture of hatred and grudging respect. "You have won this battle, young guardian," the Shadow King intoned, his voice like the whisper of a dying star. "But the war is far from over. I will return, and when I do, all the realms of light will tremble before me." With those ominous words, the Shadow King vanished, leaving Elinder and Thrain alone in the silent cavern. The two companions looked at each other, exhausted but alive. They had survived the impossible, but both knew that this was only the beginning. The Shadow King was free, and the true test of Ellender's guardianship lay ahead. As they made their way down the mountain, a new sense of purpose filled them. Elinder, the last of the Guardians, and Thrain, the exiled dwarf lord, had forged a bond that transcended the ancient rivalries of their peoples. Together, they would rally the free peoples of the world against the coming darkness. For in that crystal cavern, high atop the Frost Peak Mountains, a new legend had been born, one that would be told around firesides and in great halls for generations to come. It was a tale of courage in the face of overwhelming odds, of friendship forged in the crucible of adversity, and of the enduring power of hope against the encroaching night. And so, as Elinder and Thrain descended into a world forever changed by their actions, they carried with them the first glimmers of a new dawn, a light that would guide them through the shadows that lay ahead, towards a future yet unwritten. Story 2. In the realm of Aloria, where magic flowed like rivers and ancient prophecies whispered on the wind, Queen Lyandra stood atop the battlements of her gleaming citadel. Her golden armor caught the last rays of the setting sun, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Below, the city of Luminara bustled with frantic activity as its people prepared for the coming storm. For on the horizon, a tide of shadow advanced the dreaded Knights of Darkness, their black banners snapping in the wind, their goal nothing less than the legendary Scepter of Avalon. The artifact, said to hold the power to reshape reality itself, had long been the subject of myths and legends. Now, it seemed, those legends were about to collide with a harsh and unforgiving reality. Lyandra's hand tightened on the hilt of her sword, Dawnbringer. The blade hummed with ancient magic, a gift from the elven kingdoms to the east. But even its power paled in comparison to the threat that now bore down upon them. "My queen," a voice called from behind her. Lyandra turned to see her most trusted advisor, the aged wizard Thorn, his face etched with worry. "The outer defenses have fallen. The Knights of Darkness will be at our gates by nightfall." Lyandra's heart sank, but her voice remained steady as she asked, "And what of our allies? Surely the Dwarves of the Iron Mountains or the Elves of Silverwood will come to our aid." Thorn shook his head, his long white beard swaying with the motion. "I'm afraid not, your majesty. The Dwarves have sealed their mountain halls, and the Elves. The Elves say this is not their fight." For a moment, despair threatened to overwhelm Lyandra. But then her eyes fell upon a weathered tapestry hanging in her war room, depicting a scene from Aloria's history. In it, a hooded figure stood before a great evil, wielding what could only be the Scepter of Avalon. "There is one who might help us," Lyandra said, her voice barely above a whisper. Though the price may be too high, Thorn's eyes widened as he realized her meaning. "Surely you don't mean Malachi, but your majesty." He was imprisoned for treason, the darkest of sorcerers, they say. To release him would be our only hope. Lyandra finished firmly. "Prepare the ritual. We ride for the Obsidian Tower at once." As night fell, Lyandra and a small band of her most loyal knights approached the foreboding spire of black stone that rose from the heart of the Whispering Woods. The trees seemed to bend away from the tower, as if recoiling from some unseen corruption. At the base of the tower, Lyandra dismounted and approached a door sealed with runes of binding. She pressed her hand against the cold stone, feeling the magic pulse beneath her fingers. "Malachi," she called out, her voice echoing in the eerie stillness. "I, Lyandra, Queen of Aloria, call upon you in our hour of need. Will you answer?" For a long moment, there was silence. Then, a voice like silk over steel whispered from the very stones themselves. "Ah, the illustrious Queen Lyandra, come to beg for the aid of the one you cast aside. How delicious!" Lyandra steeled herself. "I offer you a chance at redemption, Malachi. Help us defeat the Knights of Darkness, and your crimes will be forgiven. You will be free." A dark chuckle echoed around them. "Freedom? My dear queen, I have been free all along. It is you who are imprisoned by your fear, your duty, your morality." But even as he spoke, the runes on the door began to glow, and with a grinding of stone on stone, the entrance to the Obsidian Tower opened. From the darkness within stepped a figure that seemed to be composed of shadow itself, save for two piercing eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. "Malachi," once the most trusted advisor to the throne, now the most feared sorcerer in all of Aloria, regarded Lyandra with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. "Very well, your majesty. I accept your offer. Let us see what havoc we can wreak together." And so began an uneasy alliance. As they rode back towards Luminara, Malachi's power already at work to bolster the city's defenses, Lyandra couldn't shake the feeling that she had made a terrible mistake. But with the Knights of Darkness now laying siege to her beloved city, there was no turning back. For days, the battle raged. Malachi's dark magic turned the tide more than once, sending waves of shadowy creatures to harass the enemy's flanks or conjuring storms of eldritch energy to devastate their ranks. But the Knights of Darkness were relentless, driven by their fanatical quest for the Scepter of Avalon. It was Malachi who first suggested seeking out the scepter themselves. If it truly holds the power the legends claim, he argued, then wielding it would ensure our victory. Lyandra was hesitant, but as the siege wore on and her people suffered, she saw no other choice. Under the cover of night, she, Malachi, and a small group of elite warriors slipped out of the city, beginning a perilous journey to the lost city of Celesta, where the scepter was said to be hidden. Their path took them through the treacherous Thornvine Marsh, where mist-shrouded islands held secrets best left undisturbed. They battled chimeras in the shattered plains and navigated the ever-shifting labyrinth of the Mirage Desert. All the while, Lyandra found herself reluctantly impressed by Malachi's knowledge and power, even as she remained wary of his true motives. At last, after what seemed an eternity of hardship, they stood before the shimmering gates of Celesta. The lost city was a wonder to behold, its spires of crystal and gold reaching impossibly high into the sky, untouched by the ravages of time. As they made their way through the empty streets, Lyandra felt a growing sense of unease. The city was too perfect, too pristine. It was as if they had stepped into a dream or a carefully constructed illusion. In the heart of Celesta, they found what they sought. The Scepter of Avalon stood on a pedestal in a grand chamber, its surface rippling with barely contained power. But as Lyandra reached for it, Malachi's hand shot out, grasping her wrist. "Wait," he said, his eyes narrowed. "Do you not feel it? The wrongness in the air?" And in that moment, the illusion shattered. The gleaming city of Celesta fell away, revealing a cavern of immense proportions. And there, etched into the very walls of the cave, was a history. Lyandra had never known a history that shook the very foundations of her world. The murals told a story of a great war fought eons ago between the forces of light and darkness. But it was not a tale of good triumphing over evil. Instead, it showed how the leaders of both sides, realizing the destruction their conflict would bring, came together in secret. They forged a pact, agreeing to rule from the shadows, maintaining a delicate balance between light and dark. The Scepter of Avalon, Lyandra realized with growing horror, was not a weapon to be wielded against the darkness. It was the key to maintaining the grand illusion that had kept peace between the races for millennia. As the truth sank in, Lyandra felt the weight of her crown more heavily than ever before. She turned to Malachi, expecting to see triumph or mockery in his eyes. Instead, she saw only a deep, ancient sadness. "You knew," she said, her voice barely a whisper. Malachi nodded slowly. "I discovered the truth years ago. It was why I was branded a traitor and imprisoned. The world, I learned, is not ready for such revelations." Lyandra's mind raced. If she took the scepter, she could end the siege, save her people, but at what cost? The shattering of a peace that had lasted for ages, the potential for a war that would dwarf even the current conflict. In that moment, standing in the heart of a lost city that had never truly existed, Lyandra made the hardest decision of her life. With trembling hands, she reached out and took the Scepter of Avalon. "We return to Luminara," she said, her voice filled with a new resolve, "but not to use this against our enemies. We go to forge a new pact, one that will bring true peace, not just the illusion of it." Malachi's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed with something that might have been respect. "A bold choice, Your Majesty, and a dangerous one." Lyandra met his gaze steadily. "All great changes are dangerous, Malachi, but they are also necessary." As they emerged from the cavern, The world seemed different to Lyandra's eyes. The battle that awaited them was no longer just against the Knights of Darkness, but against centuries of deception and hidden agendas. But as she looked at her companions Malachi, once her greatest enemy, now perhaps her most valuable ally, her loyal knights, ready to follow her into whatever future she chose, Lyandra felt a spark of hope. The road ahead would be difficult, fraught with danger and uncertainty. But for the first time in her reign, she felt she was truly fighting for something worth the struggle. With the scepter of Avalon in hand and a new understanding of the world's delicate balance, Queen Lyandra and her unlikely band of heroes set out to reshape the future of Aloria. The siege of Luminara was, but the first battle in a war for the very soul of their world, war not of swords and sorcery, but of truth, reconciliation, and the courage to forge a new path in the face of ancient lies. As they rode towards destiny, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of hope and possibility. And in that moment, Lyandra knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them not just as a queen, but as a guardian of a new and brighter future for all the peoples of her realm. Story 3. In the heart of the Crystal Forest, where trees of living gemstone reached towards the sky, and the very air sparkled with magic, young Felin stood frozen in horror. Before his eyes, a sight both beautiful and terrifying unfolded. The forest dwellers, nymphs, fauns, and woodland creatures were transforming into exquisite statues of crystal, their faces locked in expressions of surprise and fear. Felin, a novice druid barely into his 20th summer, felt the weight of his responsibility crush down upon him. As the last apprentice of the great archdruid Eldrith, it fell to him to uncover the source of this crystalline curse and find a way to break it. The young druid's emerald eyes darted frantically from one frozen form to another, his mind racing. Then, as if in answer to his unspoken plea, a vision flashed before him, 3 glowing stones, pulsing with elemental power: earth, air, and water. The elemental stones, artifacts of legend, said to hold the very essence of nature itself. As the vision faded, Felin knew what he must do. The elemental stones were the key to breaking the curse, but they had been lost for centuries, hidden away in the far corners of the realm for safekeeping. To find them would be a quest of epic proportions, one that would take him far beyond the boundaries of his beloved forest. With a heavy heart, Felin gathered what supplies he could and prepared to leave the only home he had ever known. As he reached the edge of the crystal forest, a voice like wind through leaves called out to him, "Leaving so soon, young druid?" Felin whirled around to see a figure emerge from the shadows of the crystal trees. She was tall and lithe, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes that seemed to hold the depths of ancient pools. Power radiated from her in waves, and Felin felt a mixture of awe and trepidation. "I am Nimira," the woman said, her voice carrying the whisper of secret, "and I believe our paths are destined to cross." Felin regarded her warily. "You're a sorceress," he said, recognizing the telltale signs of arcane magic that clung to her like a second skin. Nimira's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. "I am many things, young Felin, but for now, let us say that I am one who can aid you in your quest. The elemental stones are not easily found, and the path to them is fraught with danger, despite his misgivings." Felin knew he could not refuse her help. The fate of his people hung in the balance, and he was woefully unprepared for the journey ahead. And so began an unlikely alliance. Felin, the fledgling druid with a heart full of hope, and Nimira, the mysterious sorceress with motives unknown. Together, they set out into the wider world, a world Felin had only heard of in stories told around the archdruid's fire. Their first destination was the Caverns of Echoes, where the Earth Stone was said to be hidden. The journey took them through lands both wondrous and perilous. They crossed the Whispering Plains, where the grass sang melodies of ancient times, and navigated the treacherous Mistweave Swamp, its fog-shrouded waters concealing creatures of nightmare. Throughout their travels, Felin found himself both drawn to and wary of Nimira. Her knowledge seemed boundless, her power immense. Yet there were moments when he caught a flicker of something in her eyes, deep sadness, or perhaps a burning hunger that made him question her true intentions. In the Caverns of Echoes, they faced their first great trial, The caverns were a maze of crystalline passages, each turn bringing them face to face with illusions born of their deepest fears and most cherished dreams. Felin found himself confronting spectral versions of his crystallized friends, their accusing eyes boring into him as they demanded to know why he had failed them. It was Nemira who pulled him from the brink of despair, her cool hand on his shoulder grounding him in reality. Together, they pushed through the illusions, finally reaching the heart of the cavern where the earth stone pulsed with verdant energy. As Felin reached for the stone, the cavern began to shake. From the walls emerged a creature of living rock and crystal, its eyes glowing with an inner fire. The guardian of the earth stone had awakened, and it had no intention of relinquishing its charge. The battle that followed was fierce and desperate. Felin called upon the powers of nature, vines erupting from the stone floor to entangle the guardian's legs, while Nemira unleashed bolts of arcane energy that shattered chunks of the creature's rocky hide. In the end, it was their combined strength that won the day, Felin's nature magic intertwining with Nemira's arcane spells to subdue the guardian. With the earth stone secured, they turned their sights to the next leg of their journey, the Skyspire Mountain, home of the Airstone. The trek was arduous, the thin air and treacherous cliffs pushing them to their limits. But it was here, amidst the howling winds and dizzying heights, that Felin began to see beyond Nemira's mysterious facade. One night, as they huddled in a cave for shelter, Nemira spoke of her past. She told of a time when she, too, had been young and idealistic, a promising student of the arcane arts. But her thirst for knowledge had led her down dark paths, to magics that should have remained forgotten. The price of that knowledge was exile from her people and a burden of guilt that she had carried for centuries. Felin listened, his heart aching for the lonely path Nemira had walked. He saw in her a reflection of his own fears, the fear of failure, of losing oneself in the pursuit of power. In that moment, a bond formed between them, deeper than either had anticipated. The Airstone, when they finally reached it, was guarded not by a creature of flesh and stone, but by the very winds themselves. Felin and Nemira found themselves caught in a maelstrom of cutting gales and lightning, their every step a battle against nature itself. It was Felin who found the solution, drawing upon his druidic connection to the natural world to calm the raging tempest and claim the Airstone. Their final destination was the depths of the abyssal trench, where the water stone lay hidden beneath fathoms of inky blackness. The journey there took them through lands blighted by ancient magics, where reality itself seemed to warp and twist. As they stood at the edge of the trench, preparing to plunge into its depths, Nemira turned to Felin with a troubled expression. "There is something I must tell you," she said, her voice heavy with the weight of long-held secrets. "The curse that plagues your forest. I fear it may be of my own making." Felin's world seemed to tilt on its axis. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Nemira's eyes were filled with remorse as she explained. The curse, she revealed, was actually an ancient protection spell cast centuries ago to shield the crystal forest and its inhabitants from a cataclysmic evil that threatened to consume the world. She had been one of the mages who cast the spell, binding her life force to its power. But the magic has grown unstable, she continued. What was meant to protect now threatens to destroy. That is why I sought you out, Felin. Only by combining the power of the elemental stones with your pure connection to nature can we hope to stabilize the spell and save your people. Felin's mind reeled with the implications. Everything he thought he knew about his quest had been turned upside down. Yet as he looked at Nemira, he saw not a villain, but a woman who had sacrificed everything to protect others. With newfound determination, they descended into the abyssal trench. The challenges they faced in those lightless depths tested them in ways they could never have imagined. Creatures of shadow and nightmare hounded their every step, and the crushing pressure threatened to overwhelm them. But together, drawing strength from each other and from the bonds they had forged, Felin and Nemira persevered. In the heart of the abyss, they claimed the water stone, completing their set of elemental artifacts. As they emerged from the trench, exhausted but triumphant, they knew their greatest challenge still lay ahead. They raced back to the crystal forest, where the curse had spread even further, turning nearly the entire realm to glittering crystal. In the center of the forest, where the magic was strongest, Felin and Nemira began their final ritual. The elemental stones floated before them, pulsing with power. Felin called upon every bit of druidic knowledge he possessed, weaving it together with Nemira's vast arcane experience. As their magics intertwined, Felin felt the true scope of the protection spell for the first time. He saw the looming darkness it held at bay, a malevolence that would consume not just the crystal forest, but the entire world if left unchecked. In that moment, Felin understood the magnitude of the choice before him. To break the curse entirely would be to remove the only barrier standing between the world and annihilation. But to leave his people trapped in crystal was unthinkable. With the clarity born of his journey and the wisdom he had gained, Felin made his decision. He poured his energy, not into breaking the curse, but into refining it. The crystal began to recede, leaving the forest inhabitants free, but still protected by an invisible barrier of magic. As the last of the crystal melted away, Felin turned to Nemira. Her form was fading, the life force that had sustained her for centuries finally exhausted. But there was peace in her eyes and a smile on her lips. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice already distant, "for showing me that redemption is possible, even for one such as I." And then she was gone, her essence merging with the magic that now flowed through the forest, a permanent guardian against the darkness. Felin stood alone in the heart of the crystal forest, no longer the novice who had set out on a desperate quest, but a true guardian of nature. The elemental stones, their power spent, crumbled to dust at his feet. As the forest around him stirred back to life, Felin felt the weight of his new role settle upon him. He had saved his people, but in doing so, had taken on a responsibility greater than he could have ever imagined. But as he looked out at the awakening forest, saw the joy and wonder on the faces of those he had saved, Felin knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with courage, wisdom, and the unshakable belief that even in the darkest of times, hope would always find a way to shine through. Story 4. In the twilight realm of Ethoria, where the sky shimmered with celestial magic and ancient prophecies whispered on the wind, Prince Endric stood at the edge of the Whispering Cliffs. His eyes, the color of storm-tossed seas, gazed out over the land he had once called home. The golden spires of the capital city, Luminara, gleamed in the distance, a painful reminder of all he had lost. 10 years had passed since that fateful night when his uncle, the cruel Lord Vathek, had usurped the throne. Endric could still hear the clash of steel, the screams of the loyal, and the sickening thud as his father's crown hit the blood-soaked floor. He had fled then, a boy of 16, with nothing but his father's sword and a burning desire for vengeance. Now, hardened by years of exile and trained in arts both martial and arcane, Endric had returned to claim what was rightfully his. But the task before him was far from simple. To challenge Vathek's rule, he would need to reunite the 4 fragments of the celestial crown, the symbol of divine right that had been shattered during the coup. As Endric pondered his next move, a flash of crimson caught his eye. From the shadows of a nearby copse emerged a figure that seemed to dance between light and darkness. Her hair was the color of flame, her eyes glowing embers that spoke of barely contained power. "Well, well," the woman said, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. "The prodigal prince returns. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about your little kingdom." Endric's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. "And who might you be to speak so boldly to your rightful king?" The woman's laugh was like the crackle of a wildfire. "I am Zera, master thief and wielder of flame. And you, Prince Endric, are in need of my services." Endric's eyes narrowed. "A thief? I seek to reclaim my throne honorably, not through petty larceny." Zera's smile only widened. "Honor won't get you past the wards guarding the crown fragments, your highness. But my skills just might, despite his misgivings." Endric knew she spoke the truth. The fragments of the celestial crown were said to be hidden in the most perilous corners of Ethoria, guarded by magic beyond his comprehension. A thief's expertise, especially one with command over fire, could prove invaluable. And so began an unlikely alliance. Endric, the exiled prince with a heart full of righteous fury, and Zera, the enigmatic thief with secrets burning in her eyes. Together, They set out to recover the lost fragments of the celestial crown and overthrow the tyrant Vathek. Their quest led them first to the frost pine forest, where the air itself seemed to crystallize with every breath. Here, in a clearing of ice-coated trees, they found the winter palace of the Snow Queen. The first fragment, the frost diadem, was said to rest upon her brow. As they approached the palace gates, Zara turned to Endrick with a mischievous glint in her eye. "I don't suppose you have any experience in courtly dances, Your Highness. I hear the Snow Queen is quite fond of a waltz." Endrick's bewildered expression was answer enough, causing Zara to sigh dramatically. "Very well. Looks like we'll have to do this the hard way." What followed was a daring infiltration of the Winter Palace, with Zara's flames melting passages through icy walls, and Endrick's swordsmanship fending off enchanted snow guardians. In the end, it was Endrick's noble heart that won them the day. When faced with the choice of taking the frost diadem by force or helping the Snow Queen fend off an attack by frost giants, Endrick chose the latter. Moved by his selflessness, the Snow Queen willingly relinquished the crown fragment. As they left the frost pine forest, Endrick found himself watching Zara with newfound respect. Her skills were undeniable, but there was a depth to her he hadn't expected. He caught glimpses of pain in her eyes when she thought he wasn't looking, hinting at a past as complex as his own. Their journey took them next to the shifting sands of Mirage, a desert where reality bent and warped like heat shimmers on the horizon. Here, they sought the Mirage Circlet, said to grant its wearer the power of illusion. In the heart of the desert, they encountered the Sphinx of Eternal Riddles, guardian of the Mirage Circlet. The great beast, with the body of a lion and the head of a woman, fixed them with an ageless gaze. "Answer my riddle correctly," the Sphinx intoned, "and the circlet is yours. Fail, and join the bones that litter this sand for eternity." Endrick stepped forward, ready to face the challenge, but Zara placed a hand on his arm. "Let me," she said softly. "I have some experience with riddles." The contest of wits that followed was as intense as any physical battle. Zara matched the Sphinx riddle for riddle, her quick mind and silver tongue proving more than a match for the ancient creature. When at last the Sphinx conceded defeat, there was a newfound respect in its eyes. As the Mirage Circlet materialized before them, Endrick turned to Zara in amazement. "Where did you learn to outwit Sphinx?" Zara's smile held a touch of sadness. "Let's just say I've had a lot of practice solving puzzles and keeping secrets." With 2 fragments secured, Endrick and Zara's next destination was the Abyssal Trench, a chasm so deep it was said to reach the very core of the world. Here, in the crushing depths, lay the oceanic band, guarded by the fearsome Kraken. The descent into the trench was harrowing. Endrick's magic barely held back the immense pressure, while Zara's flames sputtered weakly in the oppressive darkness. They faced horrors from the deep, creatures that had never seen the light of day, their bodies twisted into nightmarish forms. When they finally reached the Kraken's lair, they found not a monster, but an ancient, tired being. The Kraken, last of its kind, had guarded the oceanic band for millennia, waiting for one worthy to claim it. In a moment of compassion, Endrick offered the Kraken a chance to see the surface world one last time in exchange for the crown fragment. As they ascended, the Kraken's eyes, filled with wonder at the play of light on water, brought tears to even Zara's eyes. Back on dry land, as they prepared for the final leg of their journey, Endrick noticed a change in Zara. The walls she had built around herself seemed to be crumbling, revealing glimpses of a woman who had known great pain and loss. "Why are you really helping me, Zara?" Endrick asked softly one night as they camped beneath the stars. Zara was silent for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the dancing flames of their campfire. "Because I know what it's like to lose everything," she finally said. "And because I believe you can be the king this land needs." The final fragment, the Solar Crest, was said to reside in the Celestial Spire, a tower that stretched so high its top was lost in the clouds. As they approached the base of the spire, they found the land around it blighted and corrupted, Vathek's influence seeping out like a dark stain. The ascent of the Celestial Spire was their greatest challenge yet. Each level brought new trials, riddles that twisted the mind, illusions that threatened to drive them mad, and battles against shadow creatures that seemed to know their every weakness. But it was at the very top of the spire, in a chamber bathed in ethereal light, that they faced their true test. For there, holding the solar crest, stood Lord Vathic himself. The battle that followed was epic in scale, magic and steel clashing in a symphony of destruction. Endric's righteous fury met Vathic's corrupted power, while Zera's flames danced between them, keeping the tyrant off balance. In the heat of battle, a terrible truth was revealed. Vathic, sneering as he parried one of Endric's blows, spoke of the night he had taken the throne. He told of how Endric's father, the beloved king, had been planning to surrender the kingdom to dark forces, how Vathic's actions had saved Etheria from a fate worse than his harsh rule. Endric faltered, his world tilting on its axis. Could it be true? Had his entire quest been based on a lie? It was Zera who snapped him out of his shock. Even if it's true, she shouted over the din of battle, it doesn't justify the suffering he's caused. You are not your father, Endric. You are the king Etheria needs now. Her words rekindled the fire in Endric's heart. With renewed determination, he pressed his attack. In a final desperate gambit, Endric and Zera combined their powers, his inherited celestial magic and her wild flames, into a single devastating strike. Vathic fell, the solar crest rolling from his lifeless fingers. As Endric picked it up, the other fragments began to glow, rising into the air to join with it. In a flash of blinding light, the celestial crown reformed, whole once more. As the light faded, Endric found himself changed. The crown's power flowed through him, showing him visions of Ethoria's past, present, and possible futures. He saw the truth of Vathic's words, but also the possibility of redemption, of a kingdom restored to its former glory. Turning to Zera, Endric saw her in a new light. She was no longer just a thief, but a woman of incredible strength and loyalty. In her eyes, he saw a reflection of his own hopes and fears. "What now, your majesty?" Zera asked, a hint of her old mischief returning to her voice. Endric smiled, reaching out to take her hand. "Now we rebuild." Together, as they descended the celestial spire, word of Vathic's defeat spread like wildfire. The people of Etheria, long oppressed, began to emerge from the shadows, hope rekindling in their hearts. Endric knew the path ahead would not be easy. There were wounds to heal, trusts to rebuild, and a kingdom to restore. But with Zera by his side and the wisdom gained from their journey, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And so began a new chapter in the history of Etheria. A tale not just of a king reclaiming his throne, but of two lost souls finding purpose and belonging in each other. As Endric and Zera stood on the balcony of the royal palace, looking out over a kingdom reborn, they knew that their greatest adventure was only just beginning. Story 5. In the heart of the Whispering Realm, where ancient trees spiraled towards the heavens and rivers flowed with liquid starlight, the crystal forest stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the elven kingdoms. For millennia, its crystalline leaves had sheltered the Silverleaf clan, their songs and laughter echoing through the shimmering boughs. Yet on this fateful day, as the twin moons hung low in the lilac sky, an eerie silence blanketed the forest floor. Eowyn Silveraro, a young elven archer with hair like spun moonlight and eyes the color of spring leaves, crouched among the roots of an ancient crystal oak. His keen ears twitched at the slightest sound, his lithe form tense with anticipation. For weeks, whispers of a dark prophecy had rippled through the elven realms, speaking of a shadow that would soon engulf their lands. Determined to uncover the truth, Eowyn had ventured deeper into the crystal forest than any elf had dared in generations. As he pressed onward, the crystal trees began to change, their once translucent trunks growing opaque and twisted. The air grew thick with an otherworldly mist, and Eowyn's heart quickened. He knew he was nearing the Veiled Glade, a place of legend where the boundaries between worlds grew thin. Suddenly, a haunting melody drifted through the mist, its notes carrying an ancient sorrow. Eowyn followed the sound, his steps light, as he navigated the treacherous terrain. As he emerged into a moonlit clearing, his breath caught in his throat. Before him stood a towering crystal spire, its facets reflecting fragments of past, present, and future. At its base, a hooded figure swayed to the ethereal music. who disturbs the slumber of ages. The figure's voice was like the rustling of autumn leaves, ancient and weary. Éowyn stepped forward, his voice steady despite his racing heart. I am Éowyn Silveraro of the Silverleaf clan. I seek knowledge of the shadow that threatens our lands. The figure turned, lowering its hood to reveal the wizened face of an elven seer, her eyes clouded with visions of times yet to come. Ah, young one, you stand upon the precipice of destiny. Are you prepared for the weight it will place upon your shoulders? Before Éowyn could respond, the crystal spire pulsed with an inner light. Images flashed across its surface. Vast armies of trolls pouring from the Thunder Peak Mountains, elven cities aflame, and a darkness that devoured all in its path. The seer's voice grew urgent. The troll king Grimjaw has unearthed an ancient evil in the depths of the mountain. If left unchecked, it will consume not only the elven realms, but all the free peoples of our world. Éowyn's mind reeled at the magnitude of the threat. How can this be stopped? Surely the combined might of the elven kingdoms can stand against any foe. A sad smile touched the seer's lips. Pride has ever been the downfall of our people, young archer. The elven kingdoms stand divided, too caught in their own squabbles to see the gathering storm. No, this threat requires a different kind of strength, one born of unity and hope. She gestured to the crystal spire, and new images formed. Éowyn leading a diverse band of warriors, a gleaming artifact held aloft, and a ray of light piercing the encroaching darkness. You must gather an army unlike any seen before, the seer continued. Elves, humans, dwarves, and even the wild creatures of the forest must stand as one. Only then will you have a chance against the coming darkness. Éowyn's heart swelled with a mixture of fear and determination. I am but one elf. How can I hope to unite such different peoples? The seer reached into her robes and produced a small crystal vial filled with swirling, iridescent liquid. This is the essence of unity, distilled from the very heart of the crystal forest. It will guide you to those whose fates are intertwined with yours. Use it wisely, for its power is limited. As Éowyn took the vial, a warm energy coursed through his veins. He knew in that moment that his life would never be the same. With a respectful bow to the seer, he turned to leave the veiled glade. One last warning, young Silveraro. The seer called after him. Beware the wandering mage. His role in the coming conflict is shrouded in mystery, but he holds a secret that could tip the balance between light and shadow. With those cryptic words echoing in his mind, Éowyn plunged back into the crystal forest, his steps propelled by urgency and purpose. Days melted into weeks as Éowyn journeyed beyond the borders of the elven realms. The essence of unity guided him to unlikely allies. Thrain Ironbeard, a gruff dwarven weaponsmith with a heart of gold. Lyra Swiftblade, a human ranger with unparalleled tracking skills. And Whisperwine, a centaur shaman whose connection to nature rivaled that of the oldest elves. As their band grew, so did the challenges they faced. In the mist-shrouded Ghostwood, they battled spectral wolves to earn the allegiance of the forest's guardian spirits. Deep in the caverns of Echo, they solved ancient dwarven riddles to gain access to forgotten forges and the secrets they held. With each trial overcome, the bonds between the unlikely companions grew stronger. Yet even as their numbers swelled, Éowyn couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. The words of the seer about the wandering mage haunted his dreams, filling him with a sense of foreboding. It was on the edge of the searing desert, as they sought the aid of the reclusive fire elementals, that fate intervened. A sandstorm of epic proportions engulfed their camp, threatening to bury them alive. Just as all seemed lost, a figure emerged from the swirling sands, a tall, gaunt man with eyes that flickered like distant stars. Well met, travelers. The stranger's voice cut through the howling wind. It seems you could use a hand. With a wave of his staff, the stranger calmed the raging storm, revealing himself to be none other than the wandering mage himself. He introduced himself as Zephyrian the Grey, a name that sent a shiver of recognition through Éowyn. As they shared their tale around the campfire that night, Zephyrian listened with growing interest. When Éowyn spoke of the prophecy and the looming threat of the Troll King, a shadow passed over the mage's face. I fear the situation is far graver than you realize, Zephyrian said. his voice heavy with the weight of hidden knowledge. The evil Grimjaw is unearthed as no mere weapon or artifact. It is the essence of an ancient being known as the Void Walker, a creature of pure darkness that once threatened to unmake all of creation. A hush fell over the camp as the magnitude of the threat became clear. Zephyrian continued, his words painting a grim picture of the battles to come. Long ago, the combined might of all the free peoples managed to imprison the Void Walker deep beneath the Thunder Peak Mountain. But now, Grimjaw's relentless digging has weakened those ancient seals. If the Void Walker fully awakens, not even an army of every race in the world will be enough to stop it. Eowyn's heart sank, but he refused to give in to despair. Then what hope do we have? There must be a way to prevent this catastrophe. Zephyrian's eyes gleamed with a mixture of hope and trepidation. There is one possibility, but it comes with great risk. Hidden in the vaults of the abandoned elven city of Luminara lies an artifact known as the Prism of Ages. Legend says it has the power to trap beings of pure energy, including, perhaps, the essence of the Void Walker itself. A spark of hope ignited in Eowyn's chest, but Thrain Ironbeard voiced the question on everyone's mind. If this artifact is so powerful, why hasn't it been used before? Zephyrian's expression grew grave. Because using the prism comes at a terrible cost. It requires a living vessel to channel its power, a sacrifice that few would willingly make. A heavy silence fell over the group as the implications of Zephyrian's words sank in. It was Lyra who finally broke the silence, her voice filled with determination. Then we make for Luminara. Whatever the cost, we cannot allow this Void Walker to destroy everything we hold dear. As the group prepared to embark on this new, perilous leg of their journey, Eowyn pulled Zephyrian aside. The seer in the crystal forest warned me about you, he said, studying the mage's inscrutable face. She said you held a secret that could tip the balance of the coming conflict. Is this knowledge of the prism what she meant? A sad smile touched Zephyrian's lips. Ah, young archer, the secret I carry is far more personal and far more dangerous. But now is not the time for its revelation. Know only that when the moment comes, I will do what must be done to ensure the survival of all we hold dear. With those cryptic words hanging in the air, the unlikely band of heroes set out towards the ruins of Luminara. As they journeyed, word of their quest spread, and more allies flocked to their banner. Creatures thought to exist only in legend emerged from hidden glades and mountain fastnesses to lend their aid. Yet for every step forward, the forces of darkness pushed back. Skirmishes with troll war parties grew more frequent, and whispers of shadow and malice seemed to dog their every move. Eowyn knew that time was running out. As they finally crested the last ridge and gazed upon the overgrown spires of Luminara, a palpable sense of destiny settled over the group. Whatever trials lay ahead, whatever sacrifices might be demanded, Eowyn knew that the fate of the world would be decided in the days to come. With a deep breath, he led his diverse army into the silent streets of the ancient elven city, Prism of Ages calling to them like a beacon in the growing darkness. The final battle for the soul of their world was about to begin. Story 6. Deep within the heart of the Iron Mountain, where rivers of molten gold flowed through veins of adamantine, the great halls of the Dwarven kingdom echoed with the rhythmic clanging of hammers on anvils. For centuries, the Stoneheart clan had ruled these subterranean realms, their mastery of metal and stone unrivaled throughout the known world. But on this fateful day, as the eternal fires of the Great Forge cast long shadows across the cavernous throne room, Destiny's hammer was poised to strike. Princess Embla Stoneheart, heir to the Iron Throne, stood before her father, King Thorin the Unyielding. Her emerald eyes, flecked with gold like the precious veins that ran through their mountain home, blazed with determination. At barely a century old, barely more than a child by Dwarven standards, she already carried herself with the quiet strength of a seasoned warrior. Father, Embla's voice rang out, clear as a well-struck bell. I beg you to reconsider. Uncle Grimner's ambitions will be the ruin of our people. But before King Thorin could respond, the great obsidian doors of the throne room burst open. Grimner Ironfist, the king's younger brother, strode in flanked by a cadre of battle-hardened warriors. His eyes glinted with malice, his beard braided with strings of black iron. Brother, Grimner's voice was a low rumble, like distant thunder. Your reign has made us weak. It's time for new leadership that will restore the dwarves to their rightful place as rulers of the surface world. What followed was a blur of violence and betrayal. Steel clashed against steel as loyal guards fought against Grimner's conspirators. King Thorin, caught off guard, fell to his brother's poisoned blade. Embla, her heart breaking even as her warrior's instincts took over, fought her way through the chaos. Ren Princess, Dolan, her father's most trusted advisor, shouted as he parried a blow meant for her. You must survive to reclaim the throne. With tears streaming down her face, Embla fled through secret passages known only to the royal family. The sounds of battle faded behind her as she emerged from a hidden cave on the mountainside. As she gazed back at the only home she had ever known, now lost to treachery, Embla made a solemn vow. By my father's beard and the fires of the great forge, I will return, and I will bring justice to those who have betrayed us. Days turned to weeks as Embla made her way across unfamiliar lands. She traded her royal garments for the simple attire of a traveling smith, using the skills honed since childhood to earn her keep in human villages. Her heart ached for the mountain halls of her people, but she knew she could not return not yet. It was in the bustling port city of Havensreach that fate intervened. As Embla worked the forge of a local smithy, a commotion erupted in the street outside. A group of city guards were pursuing a ragtag band of individuals, a nimble halfling, a towering half ORC, and a human woman with fiery red hair. Without thinking, Embla extinguished her forge and slipped into a nearby alley. As the pursued group rounded the corner, she gestured frantically to a hidden cellar door. Quickly, in here, moments later, as the guards thundered past, Embla found herself face to face with the unlikely trio. The human woman who introduced herself as Scarlet eyed Embla with a mixture of suspicion and gratitude. Why did you help us? Scarlet demanded. Embla shrugged. I know what it's like to be hunted, and something tells me there's more to your story than simple thievery. Over the next few hours, as they waited for the coast to clear, Embla learned that her new acquaintances were part of a group known as the Shadowborn Rebels, fighting against the increasingly oppressive rule of the human kingdoms. Their tales of corruption and injustice stirred something in Embla's heart, reminding her of her own quest for justice. As dawn broke, Scarlet turned to Embla with a glint in her eye. We could use someone with your skills, Smith. Care to join us in making the world a little fairer? And so, Embla found herself swept up in a life she could never have imagined. The Shadowborn became her new family, their hideouts in forgotten ruins and deep forests her new home. She forged weapons for their cause, but more important, she forged bonds of friendship and trust. Yet even as she embraced this new life, Embla never forgot her true identity or the vow she had made. In quiet moments, she would take out the single bead from her royal beard braid, all that remained of her former life, and renew her pledge to reclaim her throne. It was during a daring raid on a corrupt nobleman's estate that everything changed. As the Shadowborn liberated ancient artifacts stolen from various races, Embla's eye was caught by a weathered map partially hidden beneath a pile of scrolls. Her heart nearly stopped as she recognized the runes etched along its border, dwarven runes, spelling out the Forge of the Gods. Legends spoke of this mythical forge, said to be hidden in the deepest reaches of the world. It was said that weapons of unimaginable power could be crafted there, capable of toppling kingdoms or uniting nations. If such a place truly existed, it could be the key to reclaiming her throne and saving her people. That night, as the Shadowborn celebrated their successful raid, Embla shared her discovery with her companions. To her surprise, they didn't hesitate to offer their support. Your quest is now our quest, Scarlet declared, raising a tankard in toast. The Shadowborn stand with you. Princess Embla Stoneheart. The journey that followed tested them all to their limits. They braved the scorching heat of the Sunder Desert, where sand elementals threatened to bury them alive. They navigated the treacherous waters of the Abyssal Strait, battling krakens and sirens. Each trial forged their bonds stronger, transforming them from a band of outlaws into a fellowship united by a common purpose. As they delved deeper into the earth, following the cryptic clues of the map, Embla felt a growing sense of unease. The tunnels they traversed were ancient beyond reckoning, carved by hands that were neither dwarven nor human. Strange runes glowed with an eerie light, and whispers seemed to echo from the very stones around them. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of darkness, they emerged into a cavern of breathtaking proportions. At its center stood an anvil, pure starlight, flanked by forges that burned with the fury of 1,000 suns. The forge of the gods was real, and it was more magnificent than even the oldest legends had claimed. But they were not alone. From the shadows emerged a figure that made Embla's blood run cold. Her uncle, Grimnir Ironfist. His eyes blazed with a manic light as he beheld the legendary forge. "Oh, my dear niece," he sneered, "how kind of you to lead me here. With the power of this forge, I will forge weapons to conquer not just the surface world, but all the realm." As Grimnir's followers poured into the cavern, Embla and her companions found themselves outnumbered and outflanked. The battle that ensued was desperate and fierce, the clash of steel echoing off the cavern walls as magic and might collided. In the chaos, Embla found herself face to face with her uncle beside the great anvil. As their blades locked, Grimnir leaned in close, his words dripping with venom. "You're weak, just like your father. The Stoneheart line will end with you." But as Embla gazed into the mad eyes of her uncle, she saw something that froze her to her core. Reflected in his pupils was a swirling darkness, a malevolence that went beyond mere ambition or greed. In that moment, she understood the true nature of the threat they faced. "You're possessed," she whispered, horrified. "The darkness in these depths, it's corrupted you." Grimnir's face twisted into a grotesque smile. "Corrupted? No, dear niece. It has opened my eyes to true power." With a surge of strength, he disarmed Embla and raised his axe for a killing blow. But before he could strike, a blinding light erupted from the anvil. A voice, ancient and powerful, echoed through the cavern. "Who dares to claim the power of the forge?" Embla, acting on instinct, placed her hand upon the anvil. "I am Embla Stoneheart, rightful heir to the Iron Throne. I seek not power for myself, but the means to save my people and heal the wounds of this world." The light intensified, enveloping Embla in its radiance. When it faded, she stood transformed. Her simple smith's attire had been replaced by armor of living metal, shifting and flowing like quicksilver. In her hand, she held a hammer that hummed with barely contained power. Grimnir, his eyes wide with fear and rage, lunged at her with a howl. But Embla stood her ground, her voice ringing with authority. "Uncle, by the power vested in me as the true heir of the Stoneheart clan, I banish the darkness that has taken hold of you." She brought the hammer down, not on Grimnir, but on the anvil itself. A wave of pure, cleansing energy swept through the cavern. Grimnir fell to his knees, the malevolent presence expelled from his body in a cloud of dark mist that dissipated into nothingness. As the dust settled, Embla surveyed the scene. Her companions, battered but victorious, stood amid the fallen forms of Grimnir's followers, most of whom were beginning to stir, freed from the same dark influence that had gripped her uncle. Kneeling beside the broken form of Grimnir, Embla felt a complex mix of emotions: anger, pity, and a fierce determination. "The darkness that corrupted you threatens not just our people, but all the races of this world," she said softly. "I cannot reclaim my throne until this evil is vanquished. Will you stand with me, uncle, and help right the wrongs you've done?" Grimnir, his eyes clear for the first time in years, looked up at his niece with a mixture of shame and awe. "My queen," he whispered, bowing his head. As Embla helped her uncle to his feet, she turned to face her companions, her friends, her new family. "Our quest is not over," she declared, her voice ringing with purpose. "A great evil stirs in the depths of the world, and we are all that stands against it. Who will join me in forging a new destiny for all our peoples?" One by one, dwarves and humans, elves and halflings, all raised their voices in assent. And so, with the power of the forge of the gods at her command, and a fellowship of unlikely allies at her side, Embla Stoneheart set out to face the greatest challenge of her life and to write a new chapter in the history of their world. The legacy of the Stoneheart clan, and indeed of all the free peoples, would be forged anew in the fires of destiny. Story 7. In the shadow of the spires of eternity, where ancient magic thumbed through the very air, Sir Eldric Ravencrest stood at the precipice of disgrace. Once hailed as the realm's mightiest defender, he now faced the cold judgment of his peers. The grand hall of the Celestial Order echoed with the solemn voice of the Lord Commander. Sir Eldric Ravencrest, you stand accused of cowardice in the face of the enemy. How do you plead? Eldric's steel-gray eyes, which had witnessed countless battles, now brimmed with a storm of emotions. My lord, he began, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. I acted as I thought best to save lives. If that be cowardice, then I accept your judgment. A murmur rippled through the assembled knights. The Lord Commander's face remained impassive as he delivered the verdict. Sir Eldric, you are hereby stripped of your titles and banished from the Order. May you find redemption in exile. As the gates of the fortress closed behind him, Eldric felt the weight of his fall from grace. The gleaming armor that had been his second skin for decades was replaced by simple traveler's garb. His mighty sword, Dawnbringer, was exchanged for a humble blade. Yet in his heart, the oath he had sworn to protect the innocent still burned bright. For months, Eldric wandered the lands, offering his sword arm to those in need. It was on the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the mortal realm brushed against the realm of the Fae, that fate intervened. A desperate villager approached, speaking of an elven caravan under attack by dark forces. Without hesitation, Eldric sprang into action. As he crested a hill, he beheld a scene of chaos. Shadowy figures swarmed around a circle of wagons, where elven warriors fought desperately to protect their charges. At the center of the caravan, a radiant light pulsed with an otherworldly power. Eldric's battle instincts took over. He charged into the fray, his blade singing as it cleaved through the shadowy assailants. As he fought his way to the heart of the caravan, he found himself fighting back to back with an elven priestess, her silver hair flowing like quicksilver as she wielded both magic and blade. Well met, human warrior, she called over the din of battle. I am Elindra Moonwhisper, guardian of the Star Shard. Your aid is most welcome. As the last of the shadow creatures fell, an uneasy quiet settled over the battlefield. Elindra turned to Eldric, her violet eyes studying him intently. You fight with the skill of a seasoned knight, yet you bear no insignia. What brings you to our aid, stranger? Eldric hesitated, the weight of his past heavy upon him. Was Sir Eldric Ravencrest of the Celestial Order. Now, I am simply a wanderer seeking to right wrongs where I find them. Elindra's eyes widened in recognition. The fallen knight of Ravenspire? Your tale has reached even elven ears. But come, we have much to discuss. As the caravan regrouped, Elindra revealed the true nature of their journey. The pulsing light Eldric had seen was the Star Shard, an artifact of immense power. We bear it to the sanctum of the ancients, she explained, where it can be properly sealed away. In the wrong hands, it could awaken forces beyond imagining. Eldric felt a familiar stirring in his heart, the call to a greater purpose. Allow me to accompany you, he said. My sword arm is yours until your quest is complete. And so began a journey that would test the limits of valor and reshape the fate of nations. As the caravan wound its way through treacherous mountain passes and across sun-scorched plains, Eldric and Elindra formed an unlikely bond. She saw beyond his fallen status to the noble heart that still beat within, while he found in her a kindred spirit dedicated to a higher calling. Their journey was fraught with peril. In the caverns of echoing sorrow, they battled wraiths drawn to the power of the Star Shard. Crossing the shimmering desert, they outwitted a clan of Jinn who sought to claim the artifact for their own. With each trial overcome, the bond between the companions grew stronger. Yet as they drew closer to their goal, a shadow fell over Eldric's heart. The power of the Star Shard called to him, whispering promises of redemption and restored glory. In quiet moments, he found himself drawn to the artifact, its pulsing light seeming to offer answers to his deepest doubts. Elindra noticed the change in her companion. One night, as they made camp in the shelter of an ancient ruin, she confronted him. The Star Shard tests us all, Eldric. I see its pull on you. You must resist, for the sake of all we fight to protect. Eldric's face was a mask of torment. You don't understand, he said. his voice hoarse. With its power, I could reclaim my honor, protect the realm as I once did. Is that not a noble goal? Alindra's eyes filled with compassion. True honor comes not from power, but from the choices we make. You are more than your past, Eldrick. The man who fights at my side is already a hero. Title or no, her words struck deep, and Eldrick felt something shift within him. The allure of the star shard dimmed, replaced by a renewed sense of purpose. As dawn broke, the companions resumed their journey with renewed vigor. But fate had one final test in store. As they approached the sanctum of the ancients, a great shadow fell over the land. From the sky descended a monstrous form of golem of immense proportions, its body crafted from the very stuff of nightmares. By the stars, Alindra gasped. It's the guardian of the void. The star shard's power must have awakened it. The golem's voice boomed across the landscape, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The key awakens. The sleepers shall rise. Eldrick's mind raced as he took in the full scope of the threat. This was no mere guardian, but the key to awakening an army that could devastate the world. In that moment, he understood the true weight of their quest. Alindra, he shouted over the din of the golem's approach. Get the star shard to the sanctum. I'll hold it off. Alindra's eyes widened in protest. Eldrick, no, you can't face it alone. But Eldrick's resolve was unshakable. This is my path to redemption, he said, a sad smile touching his lips. Go save the world. That was always our true quest. As Alindra raced towards the sanctum with the star shard, Eldrick turned to face the colossal guardian. Drawing his sword, he felt a calm settle over him. This was what it meant to be a true knight, not accolades or titles, but the willingness to stand against impossible odds for the good of all. Come then, beast, he called out, his voice carrying the strength of his renewed purpose. Let us dance. What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations. Eldrick, a lone warrior against a creature of legend, fought with every ounce of skill and courage he possessed. His blade found chinks in the golem's seemingly impenetrable armor, his agility allowing him to dodge devastating blows. Yet even as he fought, Eldrick knew he was merely buying time. His true victory would come not in defeating the Guardian, but in ensuring Alindra's success. As the battle reached its crescendo, a brilliant light erupted from the sanctum. The star shard's power, properly contained at last, sent out a pulse that washed over the land. The golem froze, its purpose unfulfilled, and began to crumble to dust. Exhausted and battered, Eldrick sank to his knees. Alindra rushed to his side, her eyes shining with a mixture of relief and admiration. You did it, Eldrick. You saved us all. Eldrick looked up at her, a sense of peace settling over him. No, he said softly, we did it, together. In the days that followed, word of Eldrick's heroism spread far and wide. The Celestial Order, hearing of his deeds, offered to reinstate him with full honors. But Eldrick, changed by his journey, declined. My path lies elsewhere now, he told the astonished Lord Commander. There are those who need protection beyond the realm's borders. That is where you'll find me. And so, Sir Eldrick Ravencrest, once fallen, now redeemed, set out once more. But this time, he did not travel alone. At his side rode Alindra Moonwhisper, the unlikely partnership forged in the fires of their shared quest, now tempered into something unbreakable. Together, they roamed the lands, righting wrongs and protecting the innocent. And in their wake, hope blossomed like flowers after a long winter, for all knew that as long as the redeemed knight and the elven priestess watched over the realm, no darkness could long prevail. Story 8. High above the world, where the air was thin and the clouds formed impossible shapes, the floating city of Ether hung like a jewel in the sky. Its crystalline spires and gossamer bridges defied gravity, a testament to the ingenuity of its inhabitants and the power of etheric magic that coursed through its very foundations. In a workshop nestled within one of Ether's twisting towers, young Arya bent over her latest invention. Her fingers, calloused and stained with oils, deftly manipulated gears and springs smaller than a hummingbird's heart. Copper curls escaped from her messy bun, framing a face etched with concentration. Suddenly, a tremor shook the workshop, sending delicate instruments clattering to the floor. Arya's head snapped up, her emerald eyes wide with alarm. This was no ordinary turbulence. Something was very, very wrong. Racing to the window, Arya gasped at the sight before her. The usual serene blue of the sky had darkened to an ominous purple, shot through with veins of angry red. In the distance, writhing forms of mist and lightning coalesced into monstrous shapes. The Storm Lords, ethereal beings of pure elemental fury, were advancing on Ether. Arya's mind raced. The Storm Lords had been nothing but legend, bogeymen used to frighten children into behaving. Yet here they were, very real and very dangerous. As panic began to spread through the streets below, Arya knew she had to act. Grabbing her satchel of tools and her most promising prototypes, Arya dashed from her workshop. She needed to warn the Council of Winds, Ether's governing body. But as she navigated the twisting streets, now filled with frightened citizens, a different idea began to form in her mind. The Harp of Winds, an artifact of immense power, said to have been used by the founders of Ether to tame the skies and create their floating paradise. If it truly existed, it might be their only hope against the Storm Lords. Lost in thought, Arya didn't notice the figure emerging from the shadows until she collided. Strong hands steadied her, and she found herself looking up into eyes the color of storm clouds. "Whoa there, little bird," the man said, his voice a low rumble. "Where are you off to in such a hurry?" Arya took a step back, appraising the stranger. He was tall and lean, with windswept dark hair and a scar that ran from his left eyebrow to his jawline. A pair of goggles hung around his neck, and an assortment of strange devices were strapped to his belt. Everything about him screamed, "Danger." "I'm Cyrus," he said with a roguish grin. "Bounty hunter, treasure seeker, an occasional savior of damsels in distress." Arya bristled at that last part. "I'm no damsel, and I'm certainly not in distress. I'm Arya, master inventor, and I'm on my way to save this city." Cyrus raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed despite himself. "Well then, master inventor Arya, perhaps you could use a hand? I have a feeling things are about to get very interesting around here." Before Arya could respond, another tremor shook the city, stronger than the last. In the distance, a spire crumbled, its crystalline shards raining down into the abyss below. "Fine," Arya said through gritted teeth, "but follow my lead. We need to find the Harp of Winds." Cyrus's eyes widened at the mention of the legendary artifact. "Now that," he said with a grin, "is my kind of adventure," and so began a race against time through the wonders and perils of Ether. Arya and Cyrus navigated the labyrinth of whispers, where the very air carried fragments of ancient secrets. They ascended the spiral staircase of dawn, its steps materializing beneath their feet, only to dissolve moments later. At every turn, they faced challenges that tested not only their bravery, but their wits and teamwork. As they traveled, Arya found herself warming to Cyrus despite her initial misgivings. His roguish charm masked a sharp mind and a surprisingly noble heart. He spoke of his travels through the lower realms, of wonders and terrors that Arya, in her sheltered life in Ether, had never imagined. In turn, Arya shared her knowledge of Ether's history and the intricate workings of etheric technology. Cyrus listened with genuine interest, his respect for the young inventor growing with each passing hour. Their quest led them to the edge of Forever, a sheer cliff that marked the boundary of Ether. Beyond it lay the nebulous abyss, a swirling maelstrom of raw etheric energy. According to ancient texts, the Harp of Winds had been cast into the abyss centuries ago, deemed too powerful to remain in mortal hands. As Arya and Cyrus stood at the precipice, the full might of the Storm Lords bore down upon Ether. Great chains of lightning lashed the floating islands, and winds howled with the fury of 1,000 tempests. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and twist under the onslaught. "Well, little bird," Cyrus shouted over the din, "any bright ideas?" Arya's mind worked furiously, calculating angles and air currents. With trembling hands, she pulled a device from her satchel, a contraption of gears and gossamer wings that she had never dared to test. "We fly," she said, her voice filled with a confidence she didn't entirely feel. "These gliders should get us into the abyss. After that, We improvise. Cyrus laughed, a sound of pure exhilaration. I knew there was a reason I liked you. With a shared nod of determination, they leapt from the edge of Ether. For a heart-stopping moment, they plummeted towards the swirling chaos below. Then Arya's glider snapped open, catching the wild currents and sending them soaring into the heart of the nebulous abyss. The journey through the abyss was a nightmare of conflicting forces and impossible visions. They saw echoes of Ether's past and glimpses of possible futures. More than once, Arya felt her sanity slipping, only to be anchored by Cyrus's steady presence at her side. At last, in the eye of the ethereal storm, they found it. The harp of winds hung suspended in a bubble of calm, its strings humming with barely contained power. As Arya reached for it, visions flooded her mind, the true history of Ether, far different from the sanitized version she had been taught. She saw the founders of Ether, not as noble visionaries, but as power-hungry mages who had torn their city from the earth, caring nothing for the devastation left behind. The Storm Lords were not invaders, but guardians, seeking to right an ancient wrong. With trembling hands, Arya grasped the harp. Its power surged through her, overwhelming and intoxicating. For a moment, she understood how the founders could have been corrupted by such power. But then, she felt Cyrus's hand on her shoulder, grounding her, reminding her of who she was and what was at stake. With a clarity born of revelation and necessity, Arya began to play. The music that flowed from the harp was unlike anything ever heard in Ether or the realms below. It spoke of balance restored, of wrongs righted, of a new harmony between sky and earth. As the last note faded, Arya and Cyrus found themselves back on the edge of forever. The Storm Lords had ceased their attack, their forms now serene and majestic. Ether itself was changing, parts of the floating city gently descending to reunite with the land far below. The citizens of Ether gathered around them, their faces a mixture of awe, fear, and hope. Arya knew that the hardest part of their journey was just beginning. Centuries of isolation and hubris had to be undone. A new way of life, one that respected the balance of the world, had to be forged. But as she looked at Cyrus, saw the pride and affection shining in his eyes, Arya felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Together, they had saved not just a city, but had set in motion events that would reshape the very nature of their world. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of gold and pink, Arya and Cyrus stood hand in hand at the edge of their changing city. The harp of winds hummed softly beside them, a reminder of the power they now held and the responsibility that came with it. "So, little bird," Cyrus said softly, "what's our next adventure?" Arya smiled, her eyes shining with the light of new possibilities. "We rebuild," she said. "We explore. We create a future where the wonders of the sky and the strength of the earth exist in harmony." And as night fell on the first day of a new era, the strains of a gentle melody drifted on the wind, a promise of hope, of balance restored, and of a love born in the heart of a storm.